Ơi có học lại phim mà phải mà không phải kịp còn lấy chứ.
여보세요? 괜찮아요? 아빠.
Mình được tem nó là ngắn rồi, chưa มียัง49 กิกคุณมีอะไรไม่รู้เนี่ยเอาเรื่องของ2 กิกเลย
放下手。Guys, soal tadi loh.
Recording in progress.
Please, the opening will be short starting shortly, we would appreciate if you could kindly mute your mic during the opening sessions. Thank you. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. The Honorable Rector Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya, Bapak Dr. Subrano MS, Dr. Kulayan Pompan from Maija University, Thailand, Dr. Taupo Trans from Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology, Vietnam, and also presenters and participants. Welcome and thank you for joining in the 6th National Conference and Language Teachings with this year's theme, Cross-Disciplinaries in the Current English Educational Research. Let me introduce, my name is Vera Dian Andanti. It is a pleasure that I will be your master ceremony for this event. For members, ladies and gentlemen, let us now sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita berseru, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku, semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Before we start the next item of agenda, let's we have prayer recitations that will be led by Bapak Rahmat Hidayat SSM. Bapak Rahmat, the time is yours.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is the time to offer our prayer. For Muslims, please allow me to lead the prayer. And for the non-Muslims, you can offer a prayer based on your own beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. O Allah, the great forgiver, we truly seek your forgiveness. So please forgive us. Please forgive our beloved parents. Please forgive our beloved teachers. Please forgive our leaders. Please forgive our beloved students. O Allah, all the light, give us your light and guidance to our hearts and thoughts, so that we can distinguish the right from the wrong. O Allah, the all-knowing, give us the strength to get the knowledge through this conference, the knowledge that leads us to come closer to you, the knowledge that gives us aware to all people, the knowledge that guides us to spread goodness to all people. O Allah, the most gentle, lead us to love and respect each other. Lead us to spread and promote peace to all people. O Allah, the all-hearing, please hear and make our prayer comes true. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد والحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to read the event agenda, which are as follows. The first, report address from Chair of Committee. The second, welcoming speech and opening speech by Rector of Universitas PGRI Adibuana Surabaya. The third, students' performance. The fourth will be plenary sessions. And the fifth, parallel sessions. And the last, closing ceremony. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear report address from Chair of Committee given by Bapak Rahmat Setiawan, SSMR. Please welcome Bapak Rahmat Setiawan.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. A huge warmness to you all. The Honorable Rector of PGRI Adibuana Surabaya University, Dr. Marianus Supandowo, Dean of Social and Humanities Faculty, PGRI Adibuana Surabaya University, Dr. Sunu Chatupudiono, Head of English Language Education Department, Social and Humanities Faculty, PGRI Adibuana Surabaya University, Mr. Fajar Susanto, keynote speakers, Dr. Kulaya Pongpan and Dr. Chao Kok Tran, lecturers, teachers, students, and all remarkable people from Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Amazing people from Wijaya Kusuma University, Surabaya, Darul Ulum University, Jombang, Komarudin University, Gresik, and other names. I cannot mention it in details. Ladies and gentlemen, in this fragment of this story, first of all, on behalf of the chief of the SICT and NCOLLT committees, I would like to praise the plenty of grace that God has given to us in this lovely morning, so we can be together to attend the 6th National Conference of Language and Language Teaching, with the theme Cross-Disciplinaries in the Current English Language Educational Research, a Paradigm Shift. The committees and I really appreciate for your energy here. I can emotionally feel it. Thank you for your presence, and it means a lot to us. This webinar is principally an annual national seminar held by English Language Education Department, Social and Humanities Faculty, PGRI Adibuana Surabaya University. However, in this period, it seems a little bit different because the keynote speakers are from Thailand and Vietnam. Therefore, it is a pleasure for me, for the committees, and for you all, because you are joining national webinar with international vibes and atmosphere. Generally speaking, NCOLLT fundamentally aims at facilitating and providing the last year students to have publication and present what they have in their final research. However, NCOLLT develops and transforms into an interstellar, gathering knowledge, dialectics, and various perspectives. And specifically speaking, NCOLLT in this year aims at providing a sort of agenda for discussing the dynamic shifting of English language and teaching research. Thus, this webinar is expected to become a forum among academics, scientists, researchers, policymakers, and people who run the creative sectors. In more detail, I have to report. This webinar is divided into two sections, plenary and parallel sections. The plenary sections, we will listen to presentations from two masterclass experts in their field, Dr. Kulaya Pongpan from Major University, Thailand, and Dr. Thao Quoc Tran from Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology, Vietnam. After all, we will be at parallel sections, and I believe that each room will give you something that you need. And the webinar itself can attract attentions of many people. There are 13 domestic participants, 4 domestic presenters, 16 domestic student presenters, and 91 domestic student participants. And I am so very naive if I said it is a national sound international webinar, but there are no friends here. There are 21 lecturers participants from Malaysia, 3 lecturer participants from Thailand, 17 student participants from Thailand, 3 lecturer participants from Vietnam, and 2 master degree student participants from Vietnam, plus a paper from Malaysia. The supporting paper itself will be documented in preceding publication, while the selected papers will be published in Journal of English Teaching Adibuana. So when I am realizing those numbers, of course, it is beyond our expectation. To conclude this report, I would like to thank all the committee's members who have been spending energy so hard to prepare this webinar. I realize that it is far from perfection, and I apologize if during the implementation of this webinar, there are many things I wish I didn't do. Finally, to all participants, thank you, thank you, and thank you. I hope you always have the best part of this life. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Chief of Committee, thank you for the report. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move to the next item of agenda, welcoming speech by Rector of Universitas PGRI Adibuana, Surabaya. Please welcome Bapak Dr. Subando, MS.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dr. Kulaya Pongpan from Major University, Thailand, and Dr. Thao Quoc Tran from Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology, Vietnam. I would like also want to greet the amazing people, lecture, the student from UTM Kedah, Malaysia, IPG KPA Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, IPG Malaysia Maicho University, Thailand, and UTech, Vietnam. I also want to say hi to great people from Wijaya Kusuma University, Surabaya, and Darul Uloom University, Jombang. I also cannot leave behind the respectful ones, the head of English Language Education Department, Fajar Susanto. God bless you all. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'm honored to represent the entire academic community to provide this event the sixth NCOLLT. It's going to be a part of the history of PGRI Adibuana Surabaya University. Praise to God's English Language Education Department continuously provides an academic seminar which are important to develop knowledge and perspective. In my deep conscience, the way English Language Education Department provide a seminar like this offer a comfortable space to study I also heard that the department has various collaboration with some foreign universities. It surpassed my expectations. I believe people who join this seminar we get rich learning experience and view. I am so thankful for the department to grow intellectual integrity here. Thank you and welcome to the 6th National Conference of Language and Language Teaching. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Rektor, for a wonderful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the main agenda, let's together enjoy our students' performance from English Language Education departments. I do apologize for the interruptions of the students' performance. Let's go on to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda will be plenary sessions. May I present to you the speakers of the plenary sessions. We would like now to invite Dr. Kulaya Pombang from Major University, Thailand. And second sessions, we would like to invite Dr. Tau Kotran from Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology, Vietnam. To lead the plenary sessions, we cordially invite Ibu Nukmatu Syahria, SPD MPD, as the moderator. And now I will hand over the floor to the moderator, Ibu Nukmatu Syahria. The time is yours.
Good morning, the Honorable Rector of Universitas PGRI Adiabuana, Surabaya. Good morning, the Honorable invited speakers from Thailand and Vietnam. Good morning, dear audience and all the committees of 6th National Conference on Language and Language Teaching. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nukmatu Syahria. It is a pleasure to be the moderator of this plenary session. We are about to begin the plenary session. Each of the presenters will present for 16 minutes, plus the Q&A session. Before we begin the session, let me introduce the invited speaker. The first invited speaker is Dr. Kulaya Pompan from Maijo University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. She got her PhD from La Trobe University, Australia. She's experienced in English public speaking and moderating events. Her research interests are on women's representation and women's empowerment in media. She has lots of working experiences. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the first presenter, Dr. Kulaya Pompan. She will deliver a presentation entitled Cross-Disciplinaries in the Current English Educational Research, a Paradigm Shift. Dr. Pompan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope the sound is all right. Everything's fine. There's no echoing. Is that right? Um, uh, First of all, thank you very much for having me, and greetings everyone. But one more thing, I just want to make sure that I want to share the screen from my way, and so it would take some time. I have to say that I'm not very familiar with Zoom, so my apologies for that. Let me share the screen because I have some PowerPoint slide to show with you. And please feel free to let me know how you like it to be, because you can also help me check how it goes, how things would look like. Is that okay? Or you want me to share the screen, just full screen? How about this? Is that okay? Yes. So okay, right. Greetings, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here with you today for the 6th National Conference on Language and Language Teaching at Universitas at PGRI at Dibuana, Surabaya. This is with the theme of cross-disciplinaries in the current English educational research, a paradigm shift. Thank you for having me. In the face of COVID-19 pandemic, there lies questions about our survival, sickness, and death. And I believe that to most of us globally in Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and in Thailand, we wake up every day to acknowledge news and number of cases and the damage that the outbreak has created to us, not only physically, but mentally and economically. In the past 2 years, since 2019, the pandemic has been the biggest threat to most of us. It is the biggest challenge that we all have been trying to overcome. Despite the struggle, I understand that our academic responsibilities and duties continue. Whether you consider yourself junior academic, mid-career, or highly experienced in your academia, we all know that working or pulling things through under such pressure is a tough journey. It is extremely difficult, but once again, we made it here on this very special occasion. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all of you for the success of keeping your passion in education and research alive. For my talk, I would like to start off with my humble approach. What I have to offer here, I would just say that it is quite based on my experiences and my perspectives throughout all my academic years. That by far, I cannot really see myself as a research expert, not just yet. And I am somewhere between my mid-career here. I myself have PhD, which I've received a few years back. However, there's still a lot of works waiting for me on my way, especially in research and for publishing. And of course, as you have known my name and you probably see my picture from the poster, once again, I'd like to introduce myself that I am an English instructor from Madjo University, Chiang Mai, Thailand. I am one of those with an academic background that is what is called cross-disciplinaries. And I am a living proof, I guess, that crossing traditional academic boundaries is possible and fun, and it is also beneficial. Here we are. Before we getting into more details, I think it should be a good idea to briefly address a concept of cross-disciplinaries. Briefly speaking, cross-disciplinaries appear in study and research with nature of coordinating and relating boundaries between academic disciplines. It might sound emerging, but I think we're familiar with it more than we understood. Let's look at our today's academic disciplines in a broad light. Generally speaking, academic discipline can be understood in two major fields. First, we have science, being natural science like biology, chemistry, then formal science like computer science, mathematics, and something that called applied science. Second, we have humanities, liberal arts, and social science that we study human culture. This includes the array of languages, arts, history, education, communication, philosophy, religion, and many more. Now the question is how important that is for bridging or merging these two disciplines, science and then humanities, if we just look at in a broad light. I would say that today, the connected relationship of these two major fields has granted tremendous benefits to us. Cross-disciplinary studies and research of these two branches have created new academic knowledge and understandings, new innovations and technology, sets of thoughts and practices, and improve our lifestyle. It should not be wrong to say that the ability to cross the fields or work with wide range of disciplines is becoming the strength of our academic community and of course our humanity. And for the next slide. In human history, we have witnessed how cross-disciplinaries empower us. One of the most prominent examples would be Steve Jobs and his success with Apple Company, which today earns net income of more than $57 billion. In 2011, Steve Jobs admits one secret to Apple's fame is due to the understanding, opening the quote like right here, that technology married with liberal arts, married with humanities, closing the quotation mark, closing the quote. It is when artistic design and technological improvement perfectly meet demands of clients. Apple is just one example out of many businesses that demonstrate the point. Instead of using separate or single discipline in a conventional way, multidisciplinaries can bring us and you and everyone more success in entrepreneurship. And also I'm going to go further. Another example that I can see very close at hand for me is what we practice at McGill University, my workplace. MJU is in fact defined as an agricultural university. It was founded in 1934, or about 87 years ago. Adding to this, MJU is considered Thailand's oldest agricultural institution. Sorry. Apart from the mission of being a school for agriculture, what gives McGill a very special character is that we attribute to agricultural development in collaboration to the concepts of sustainable development and self-sufficiency economics. This approach was under the supervision of the past king Bhumibol Adulyadej, or King Rama IX. By applying the concepts, the aim is to create sustainable farming and living and to enhance a chance for farmers to rely on themselves economically, and also for people or Thai people in general. Being alternative agriculture, if you look closely, the approach crosses the field of agriculture to other varieties of disciplines, such as for environment, ecosystem, and biodiversity development, food production and food security, economics, community development, and human development. And in the past 8 decades, our academic staff and students have consistently served the purpose in many occasions, contributing to the King's Royal Project with about 39 farming stations countrywide. The details of work are associated with raising public awareness on the matter, promoting more practice and approaches through research, education and training, plantation improvement, farming experiments, land use planning, mixed farming methods, and so on. The mixed approach has improved many lives of the locals, particularly to the ethnic groups or tribes who are considered minority population. And this is the picture of our past king when he traveled up in the hill to visit people in the faraway place. This is the picture of the past king when he visited our university. This is back in 1973. These are the students, our MJU students back then. And actually my father was one of them. Right. I'll share the story more later on. With regard to the cross-disciplinary approach of the university this year, our university came in as the second rank in the national level for Sustainable Community Development University in the SDGs Impact Rankings by Times Higher Education. In terms of, maybe I should move this a bit, sorry. And in terms of life on land or land environment concern, we came in as the fourth rank in a national level, making it to the top 100 internationally. This is out of 1,200 universities worldwide from 94 countries. And for me, myself, I can see that the potential in arts in contribution to the advancement by utilizing the knowledge in the field of communication, language, and education, you can support and promote the cross-disciplinary approach, as mentioned earlier. As we do, we are strengthening the communities, build up hope to the road of sustainability for the country. And as mentioned, cross-disciplinary approach is powerful and is a powerful tool for humans' empowerment. It gives abilities to us to see things from various perspectives in a wider angle so that you can tackle complex problems more effectively. Now for the next question. Is that widely done for cross-disciplinaries, or what are there for us for people in humanities? And I think that for now, I would talk as I represent humanities with my research background in education, and I'll elaborate a part from my experience and perspective. To me, I believe that there is no perfect formula to good research in humanities. Studies in the field of humanities are so complex in their own way. So every research is different. It is not that 1 + 1 = 2, because research in humanities is a combination of social factors, cultural point of views, languages that need interpretation, and so on. But most of all, it's about humans as we are, the societies that we live in, and the culture that we live in. So I put forward that instead of limiting your research by employing a single discipline, cross-disciplinaries or multidisciplinaries or even interdisciplinaries are good options. The approach sets the study distinctive, more insightful, and well-balanced. However, the first step for researchers is rather not to focus on the approach, but to initiate a research with topics or issues that they are most familiar with and genuinely care about. The bottom line is to create a research that is highly driven by your own interest, especially that if it is something that you feel that you are related to at the moment. And that could be your environment, your community, your country, or your particular group of people that you feel that you're concerned about. So ask yourself these basic questions, I would say. Who you are, what or who do you care about? This should effectively enhance your engagement as a researcher. Also, we can improve understanding about ourselves, our identity, or solve the problems for something that we truly care about. along with this, you can ask yourself how you can relate your research to humans' empowerment, how to improve lives of others, and how to lift up others through your research. This should implement the value of your study, and you will carry your research with your inspiration throughout the journey. Then you can integrate or apply the concept that should gradually reveal the worthy outcomes. And for the next slide, then I would like to talk about my background just a bit. I have mentioned earlier for my cross-disciplinary background. Here's my resume. Right. And if I may, I am not implying that this is the best example, not in that sense, but for my resume, you can imply that it should imply that cross-disciplinaries are possible. You can see that from my major studies in my bachelor's degree here. They're in information studies or in library science. Actually, the former name was library science, but when I started my first year, the department started to change the content of the study to add up with more of information studies or how to use technology to manage data or the information out there online. And then what I study something that is something different from my master's degree, that is English. It was the time that my dream came true because I really love English. And next for my PhD, if you have a look at the name of the degree, you can see that I have PhD in Asian Studies. And I understand that a quick look at this could create some confusion. Information Studies, English, and then Asian Studies. But I have some explanation. If you look closer, there's some relevancy between my master's degree and PhD research topics. Here are the topics. The topics for my master's degree is image of Thai female sex workers in English contemporary novels. English contemporary novels. And then the topic for my PhD dissertation, it is representations of Thai female prostitutes in Bangkok fictions and Thai novels. And here's the story. Originally, during my master, when I was doing my master here, I was interested to explore representations of Thai women in sex industry. So I did my research to argue about the orientalized image of the women for having the stereotypical image being con artist and for the stereotypical appearance for saying, for the details of the look. But later on, when I did my PhD, I did not ignore my interest. So that's why I brought the representations of the women to a comparative literature study in the nature of comparative literature. So I don't only now look at the English novels, but then I expanded to Thai novels too. For such research with combined background with Thai and English materials, my degrees was considered fitting in the School of Asian Studies. And that was the decision of the university there. That may explain the name of the PhD degree. And I add that during the time that I writing both research, I was able to apply my knowledge in information studies or library science from my bachelor's degree. And it took off a lot of pressure when it comes to treating or finding the data. And to illustrate how cross-disciplinary I am, the next slide should explain. Here it is. Right, this slide is combined with information about my PhD degree. With the title here, well, for my PhD, the research is considered cross-disciplinaries, or is the interplay between Thai studies and English language. In order to conduct this comparative literature or to investigate how Thai and Western writers perceive and portray the women, I need skills or expertise to understand both perspectives, Thai and Western. For this, I apply different cultural and social points of views into the analysis. This is in the scope of cultural studies, and there was a need for me to touch on some social science knowledge. Throughout this process, I also applied these theatrical approaches in which if you look them separately over here, some of them look quite unrelated to each other, but I think they're applicable. These are radical feminism. I have some explanation here because I employed radical feminist point of view or the lens throughout the analysis. Radical feminists are against prostitution, strongly on the ground that prostitution is reinforced by patriarchy. The feminists have this radical belief that the best way to deal with prostitution is by eradicating or eliminating patriarchy, which in reality, they realize that it is impossible, and I agree. And I feel that this particular view best fit the description of Thailand's forced prostitution with its unique cultural and patriarchal elements, unlike anywhere else on earth. And then I can just come back and explain more, but I'm afraid we don't have enough time. Moving on, I use Orientalism by Edward W. Zayes and sexual and racial prejudices, Western and Thai patriarchy. I use male gaze, then men riding women because it implies some hierarchical power over there. Thai Theravada Buddhism, Thai women's cultural and social roles, female prostitution in Thailand. I need to touch on that for this issue. I need to study the history of that. And I study the modernization in Thailand because it is in relation to the industry. Now, you might wonder why I put my interest on Thai women in prostitution. My most simple answer to this is because I'm basically a woman and I am a Thai woman, and that the women are a group of population that I genuinely care about. I'm not sure for this. Okay. Here's, but let me share the background first. The story goes back to more than 16 years ago. I was a new graduate and I had just started working part-time as an English teacher in one language school in Chiang Mai. I was taken aback as I gradually discovered that some of my adult students worked as prostitutes in the sex industry in the local red light district. Personally, I had never knowingly met prostitutes until then, let alone talk with them. In the English class, I didn't initially realize that the students were in the industry. They did not identify themselves as such because they didn't want people to know. Only when we became more familiar, my students openly spoke about their work and their everyday routines. They share stories about the red light district and their clients. Then I learned much more about Thailand's prostitutes and their disadvantaged position, and that most of them had gone into prostitution because the lack of career opportunities, poverty, and limited schooling. The women all felt a strong sense of financial obligation to their extended families. They had decided to come to my classes because they believed that their poor English disadvantaged them in the international sex market. English is not only a tool for attracting the men, but also as means to avoiding becoming targets of abusive men. Prostitutes with poor English are more likely to face underpayment and physical and verbal abuse. I was genuinely delighted to know that these women saw me as helping them and that I might be able to use my educational privilege for others. When I when I did my master's degree in English at Chiang Mai University, I often visited English bookstores, and there I encountered a particular genre of English novels, which I later learned about. They are called Bangkok fictions, this word. There were short stories and novels with a typical plot with Thai prostitutes manipulating their Western clients like professional con artists. Recalling my experience with my students, I was deeply affected by the stereotypes of the prostitutes' characters in the fiction. Thinking about the horrors that they encounter in their real lives, I asked myself how and why these Bangkok fictions portray such women as vicious con artists. I subsequently studied representations of Thai female prostitutes in 3 such works for my master's degree. And after all, when I took a full-time lecturership in a university here, these women stay in my mind. When I was given an opportunity to study for a PhD, I decided to pursue the topic further. That's why here it is, as you can see, this is what I did for my PhD. You can see that for this part, all of these are these 2 novels of Bangkok fiction from this year. And then this on the right, these 2, there are Thai novels that I use. Anyway, these 3 are the covers the covers of the books, of the novels. But here on the right-hand side, this is the cover of a CD of this TV series that was made from this novel, Phá Qua Giảng Đào. A Woman of Bangkok, Private Dancer, Sanim Soi, and then Phá Qua Giảng Đào. Well, then I may take a chance to describe to describe briefly about my study. Am I doing okay with the time? Right. This study is a comparative examination of how Thai female prostitutes are represented with 2 Bangkok fictions, English language novels featuring Thai prostitutes, 2 Bangkok fictions here, and 2 Thai novels. Examining them in the roles of daughters, mothers, commodities, and lovers, 4 roles. It identifies similarities and differences between these 2 types of novels and temporal shifts between the 1950s and 2000s when the novels were published. Commonalities include the description of the post-war expansion of prostitution in Thailand and of the prostitute struggles, stigma, and Thai patriarchy. There are major differences. The Bangkok fictions here represent prostitutes as manipulative con artists and incompetent mothers, informed by Orientalist views, and marginalized prostitutes who are already exploited in real life by reinforcing the negative stereotypical images. But in contrast, the Thai novels portray them as dutiful daughters, grateful daughters, sacrificing mothers, morally sound and rational humans, and illuminate the structural, social, and material circumstances that result in prostitution, including Western domination in terms of economics, of course, and culturally as well, Thai patriarchy, Thai Buddhism, and the social stigma. And I also note that the Thai novels empower the women by having the prostitute characters leaving the industry at the end of the stories, like both of them. Meanwhile, for Bangkok fiction, they do not do so at all. The chronological changes in the novels over the 5 decades relate to this evolution of the industry, including the expansion of the trade and the new technologies that have facilitated it. Again, I know that I found the epistemic forces here that would play very important roles in prostitution in Thailand for poverty, because if you go back and study research or find information about prostitution back in the 90s, 60% of the women admit that poverty is one of the facts that drive them into this. The second one is consumerism. The third one is the patriarchy or patriarchal power. And the last one is Thai Buddhism. I have explanation later on, but I would say that 90% of Thai are Buddhist belief. We practice Buddhist belief, and we have the Buddhist culture. I argue that the Thai novels present prostitution as symbolizing the social and moral degradation of Thailand as a consequence of Western-dominated modernization, which is inflected with the Thai patriarchy and Thai Buddhism. I would say that in Thailand, in Thai Buddhist belief or culture, we have this belief of filial piety, or for children to pay back to their parents, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the Thai men, because of the Thai patriarchy with the superior power, they abuse this belief to manipulate women or young girls in family to enter prostitution and also to continue working in the long term. And in contrast, Bangkok fiction makes no critique about that at all and glamorizes Thai prostitution. As I said before, both of them would employ similar plots of having innocent Western men coming to Thailand and get into relationship that is very confusing. And also the story would goes on with suspicion whether the woman or the female lead character who's in prostitution would be genuinely in love with them or not. And I see that for doing that, they doubly exploit the women in real life. Further, the Thai novels make a resistance to Bangkok fiction by offering representations that counter those represented in the latter. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot that the first, I'll just say it again. First of all, I would say that we can read Thai novels as containing a message to resistance to Western domination in Thailand. And when I mention Western domination, I mean that it was basically started pretty much in the 50s as direct result of the military rest and recuperation agreement between the Thai government and the US government during the Vietnam War. During that time, we had American GIs visiting Thailand for a short period of time, and that was the time that we have the growth of the entertainment. And also, after all, there are more of consumerist values and desires that brought by the West in the later years. And for the second argument that I also made is that we can read that the Thai novels make resistance to Bangkok fiction itself by offering representations that counter those represented in the latter. This dissertation is original in that for the first time, it compares representations of prostitutes in Bangkok fictions and Thai novels and adds a temporal dimension to the analysis. In so doing, this work furthers our understanding of fictional representations of Thai prostitutes and of those who are exploited and often voiceless. And finally, it confirms that literature is a mirror, that reflecting our lives and society, and that fictional representations of people can in turn affect lived experience or how realities are perceived. And that is something that I want readers to think about. To conclude the overall process, I got a chance to make the best of who I am, to create the value of the work. I have utilized the benefit of being Thai, that I can access the materials in both languages, Thai and English. And with my background, I can also comprehend the understanding of both cultures and societies, being Thailand and the West, as I have background in English for my master's degree. Finally, after finishing the thesis with the mixed character, of course, it was a great relief. But having been able to work on a particular group of women is actually a privilege to me. If you could imagine, PhD journey is really tough. So throughout the time, I kept memories about my students there as my inspiration, because I know that my thesis is not only about me, but it's about them too. And as I get a chance, but they do not. So I told myself that I cannot give up. And at the very least, I hope that the thesis offers some unprejudiced perceptions of the women to people across Thailand, the West, and beyond. I am happy if the work contributes to recognition of women and women in general as full members of our societies and to their empowerment in the future. I would stress my point again after I mentioned my thesis, rather than thinking about crossing your field or not, and try to prioritize your thoughts about things or issues or topics that you've already known or familiar with. What you can say about it, what is your inspiration, what is your drive, what do you want to discover, and then, yes, and then bring this to go further into investigation. And next, learn as you go. You can learn as you go, for whether it's going to cross-disciplinaries or even cross-border, cross-national, cross-cultural studies. And in short, just embrace yourself first. And now I think it would come to the question of what my mixed background can contribute, as I am now working as an English instructor. What are there for me for my current works, future, and beyond? I could say that with my background, I think that has helped me to understand things in a more various ways. And I still wish to utilize the skills for future research, of course, in a style of comparative study.
Excuse me. Sorry for interrupting. Your time is 10 more minutes.
Sure, thank you. I'm about to finish
Yes,
2 pages. Yes. I'll be glad that if my work will bridge the gaps or lend a hand or make some impacts to empower those who need it. My contribution could be in the same area of comparative study, but I also may go further to connect to education, such as for teaching development or to associate it with community development, which should meet our university's interest and the position at work as I'm an English instructor. And do I have the suggestions for any emerging themes for cross-disciplinaries? Yes, I do. I think you can grab ideas from things around you, from your surroundings, and you could pay more attention to social media, COVID-19, and mental health. And I have seen that today there's one presenter who has studied about COVID-19 and how to relate that to education. I'm so excited to see that. How about stress and depression? How about how work from home or study from home have changes? And look in, at the inclusion. How about diversity? How about cultural diversity or sexual diversity? How about soft power in culture? Some new phenomenon that we're having every now and then. Look around you. How about K-pop culture? Or the impacts like Blackpink, or that could be Lalisa. That's possible. But most of all, I am not the best person to answer because we are all in different circumstances. So be you. Ask yourself who you are, what you care about, what you can do for, what you can contribute. who you think you want to give voice to, and then walk your own road. If you cannot find your own road, create one. Be yourself. And please support others and empower others through your work. Be the change if you can. And to end my session then, I like to tell you something, that throughout my academic journey, I am someone that at least I see myself as a hybrid. Sometimes you feel uneasy in job application or when people review your academic profile, and then they could doubt or show some confusion that what we can do with them, or what job position would best fit this person, because you do not follow the normative rules. But anyway, you cannot blame them and you cannot blame yourself. My word to you is that if you just happen to be in a similar situation, it might be hard. But please believe that there must be a place for someone like you, because you're so special for who you are. And I believe that cross-disciplinaries or multidisciplinaries or interdisciplinaries are more than just a trend, but they are our reality that would make a change to global academic and the world. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pompan, for the insightful and wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big applause for Dr. Pompan.
Thank you.
It was such a joyful experience to have cross-disciplinary study in our research, our educational research, to have more insight in our research competence and to develop our research competence. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions, please mention your name and from where you are.
Hi. So yeah, I'm Muhammad Azhar from Institut Pendidikan Guru Kampus Bahasa Antarabangsa from Malaysia, IBA. Yeah, for me, it was a great topic. I just want to ask something. Maybe it's not connected. I don't know. But have these like prostitutes, have they learned English through their work? Through their work, you know, have they enriched their English vocabulary by working as a prostitute? That's all.
Yes. I for I would say, like, in general, as far as I know, some of them has some formal education before coming to the industry, but that would be just limiting at elementary level or primary school. Some of them would have a high school level, but and then they also learn English through their work. But I think that might not be enough. Yeah. Sometimes I would say that the English that they speak is broken English. And there are some NGOs or some organizations that are trying to empower the women by giving some workshops or some through training. Yeah. But anyway, I think that might not be enough. But I also see that prostitution in Thailand is they have a lot of varieties. Like by the time that I study these novels, most of the characters here, I would say, they're in form of forced prostitution, or in a confined space, or in brothels, for example. But in reality, later on, we're starting to see women joining this in different forms or different types of work, like street prostitution, or doing it online, or these days we have in a form of being, like we call pretty, like pretty girls. So And as I said before, there are 4 elements in this. Poverty is one of them. In the past, I think that was the leading reason that lead women into that. And but then the second reason would be consumerism. And then we have patriarchy in Buddhism. But later on, I would say, especially in the last 10 years, I understand that consumerism is becoming the lead, another, lead reason that brings some new women in. That we have news that even for some university students join this, and there would be times like there are news that just like they want some high brand products. Yeah, it's just like so that's one of the reason, and we have a lot of varieties actually, like for the ones that served international clients, for example, and the ones that would kind of focus on the local or the domestic men. Yeah, so different. So there are a lot of varieties there.
So thank you very much for the answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer. I'm happy when people ask. Thank you for your answer, for your question. Mhm.
Okay, thank you for the interesting question. Perhaps other audience, would you like to address the question for Dr. Pongpan?
I do have some question for Dr. Pongpan. Although it may seem to relate to
Excuse me, sir,
humanities.
can you please mention your name and where you are?
My name is Pandu Caksono and I'm a student in Universitas PGRI Adibuana, Surabaya. So my question is related more in the topic of humanities rather than English. So I'm sorry for that. But how is the legality of sex industry in Thailand? Because nowadays internationally, although the the public opinion of prostitution is always low, but nowadays there are more and more people that think that sex workers are a legitimate work. Sex industry are a legitimate industry, and so they want to empower these prostitutes by giving them legal rights and stuff like that. So how do you think stuff like that, and how the government view this industry in general in Thailand, and how it develops from when you've done your research until now? Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. I think we met before. Yeah, we met. He's one of my students, as maybe you know. Yeah, as we are having some exchange program here. Right. I would explain it in this way. Let's just bring in this approach of these 2 branches of feminism, right? When we talk about prostitution in Thailand, there would be these 2 branches, and we cannot go without talking about them. We have radical feminists, radical feminism, and on another hand, we have liberal feminism. And as I said before, I choose to look at prostitution in Thailand through the point of view of radical feminists. And I understand that across the world, yes, of course, we have people from liberal point of view and also for the radical point of view. I'll say that most feminists here, no matter how they identify themselves, they are against prostitution, or at least they see the value in the women, and they want to lift up the standard of the living. But the approach of how they interpret things are different. The liberal camp, the liberal wants prostitution to be legalized. They want it to be legal. On the other hand, the radical, I think they don't really say explicitly how they like it to be, but I think they look at it in a way that this is a cycle anyway. Suppose that if you legalized it, if you legalized it, and then the women need to go through some standard or some checking, especially for their health, right? Suppose that, imagine that there's a case that the women got infected with HIV, AIDS, or some other diseases. And then where would they go? Just that's another question. Where would they go, or would they get enough welfares for that, for the treatment, or is there anything else for them? Anyway, if we could, that'd be good. If there could be more schooling or some other jobs for them, or some training, for to give them some other opportunities. But if we can't, they would just need to get back into the industry anyway. If you still keep thinking about, yeah, we still have poverty, if consumerism and other elements are there to put them in the industry. So the patriarchy, the radical feminists still see that no matter what we do, prostitution would be there as long as men think that they can buy women. Yeah, as long as there's patriarchy. So so that's how I see it. And I understand that there are different points of view over here. And that's why I want to stress out, I want to highlight that in Thailand, we strongly hold on to these 4 elements in prostitution. As long as we still have this, no matter how much you change, it's a complex problem to solve. Yeah. I hope that answered the question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I believe that the topic from Dr. Pongpan is very interesting, but somehow we don't have much time anymore. The time has finished. So Dr. Pongpan, thank you very much for sharing in this wonderful session. Now, let me invite the second speaker for this plenary session, Dr. Tau Quoc Tran. Dr. Tran is currently a lecturer of English language at the Faculty of English Language, Ho Chi Minh University of Technology, Phu Quoc, Vietnam. His research interests are in the areas of discourse analysis, English language skills, teacher professional development, and instructional design model. Okay, Dr. Tau Quoc Tran, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Sawadee Kap, Selamat pagi, Xin chào. So let me share my screen. So everyone, do you see my slides? Yeah, it works now. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the conference organizers for inviting me as a keynote speaker today. Today, I'm going to talk about the topic, Chinese language in English language teaching from theory to practice. And it's believed that the Chinese language is a newly emergent topic, but many of you in this conference have known it and might understand it very well. Within the scope of this conference, I would like to share some theories and practices of Chinese language in English language teaching. Please feel free to add more ideas or share your understanding after my presentation. In my talk, first, I'm going to talk about the contemporary status of English and the emergence of Chinese language. Then we'll talk about the Chinese language in ELT from multilinguistic perspective, which includes notion, theory, pedagogy, and pedagogy. After that, I will present the Chinese language in practice in ELT in various contexts. Finally, we share some of pedagogical implications for English language teachers. Now, let me start with the first section. De facto status of English and the emergence of Chinese language. We see that within the multilingual world, although English has Other font varieties, it plays a hegemonic role as it used for diverse purposes in different settings. And more people tend to use English to communicate with people from different linguistic and cultural backgrounds. Consequently, there are more non-native speakers of English than native speakers of English. With a privileged status, English has become the de facto lingua franca, or we say ELF, sorry, intercultural interactions across the globe. And we can see this, the three concentric circles model suggested by Katu 1985 and 1992. The use of English represent in the inner circle as a native language, or we say norm-providing. In the outer circle, a second language, a norm-developing. And in the expanding circle as a foreign language, or we say norm-dependent. Along with the fluidity and plurality of English in the multilingual world, the emergence of English as an additional language, or we say EIL, has raised concerns about the ownership of English and whose English should be deployed in English language teaching and learning. Yeah, you know that when we learn a language, we need to learn its culture. So in different contexts, we have localized or nativized English can be suitable. And in our context, we say ASEAN countries, the English language is considered as the business language. So which English it should be taught? And we say that ASEAN students need to have intercultural competence in terms of ASEAN cultures, and such concerns has been raised. Traditionally, we know that the standardized form of English, we say native language, has been dominant in the field of English, as a foreign language teaching, and this stance of having native teachers of English in NCOLLT has prevailed in practice for long. Nonetheless, the emergence of the ELF paradigm has lifted such concerns and provides a perspective for understanding the diversity and pluralism of the English language. So we say that the ELF paradigm can address the issues of accent, identity, and pragmatic use of English in relation to intelligibility for intercultural communication and the use of English across borders. Furthermore, the English only policy in NCOLLT has been long accepted and prioritized in multilingual and bilingual contexts. This is what happened in many EFL contexts, including Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. The use of the only English in NCOLLT is highly prioritized. For bilingual schools, two programs with two separate languages are used. We all might not believe that the more students are exposed to the target language, the better they tend to use the target language. So we can say that the only language used is well reflected in different language teaching approaches, such as direct method, audio-lingual methods, communicative language teaching, and others. And within the position, the pure target language, which is L2, is explicitly deployed in the process of English language teaching and learning. And the learner's mother tongue, L2, L1, is disregarded. The separation of using L1 and L2 is apparent in bilingual immersion programs, in which L2 is used as a means of instruction. Nevertheless, in the de facto multilingual world, the multilingual use in education is unavoidable. This facilitates the view of multilingualism and initiates the change in NCOLLT. And we see that this multifaceted nature of English language has transcended the traditional paradigm of ELT to further explore the diversity and complexity of the use of and pedagogy. And then from the multilingual and ecologic perspectives, the emergence of concept change languaging. It views the language as bounded systems, and but as integrated linguistic resources, and it sees the complex language practices of ELT and allows multilingual learners to exploit their linguistic repertoire for flexible and strategic communication in meaning making, and it calls for reforms of ELT with multilingualism as the norm. So you can see that because of the hegemonic role of English in the multilingual world and the roles of bilingual and multilingual speakers, the change languaging has emerged to deal with such situations. Now I move on to the second section, which is about the language, the change languaging theory in English language education. Before mentioning the change languaging theory, I would like to differentiate the terms. So code switching, code mixing, change languaging. So we have heard and used a lot of terms code switching and code mixing, and they are sometimes interchangeably used due to the blur differentiation. They are both used based on two or more discrete languages in conversation. However, code switching, or we say language alternation, refers to the intersentential changing, for example, words, phrases, and sentences in the same conversation. While the code mixing refers to intersentential switches, for example, phonology, morphology, grammatical structures, or lexical items in the same utterance. Change languaging refers to the use of two discrete languages to obtain the communication purposes. It uses code switching as a tool which multilingual speakers make meaning in educational settings and multilingual communities. And sometimes the term code mixing refers to this practice, refers to the change languaging, because it indicates the fluidity between the languages, and it depicts them as the matched together or interwoven as part of a single integrated system. And we see that code switching and code mixing are weak versions of change languaging, because there is still a boundary between two languages. And bilingual and multilingual speakers do not have enough linguistic repertoire. A strong version of change languaging is the idea that bilinguals and multilinguals have only one linguistic repertoire from which they select features strategically to communicate effectively in different contexts to fulfill different communicative needs. And some examples, you can see here. We have the first one. What are you doing? The person B replies, I'm cooking dinner. And add something. Saya ingin I'm sorry because I'm not very good at Indonesian language. I try. It means I want to cook something special. So this one we say code switching. And another one we say, what are you doing? I'm cooking makan malam. That means dinner. So this is we say code mixing. And another situation is that a teacher asks the students to discuss a topic or an issue with their friends, and the students discuss that topic in the Indonesian language. So this is we say change languaging. And now let's see the notion of change languaging. The term change languaging originates from the word coined by Williams in 1994 to describe the learning practice where learners make use of their bilingualism for the learning purposes. This notion has been extended to refer to both complex practices of plurilingual individuals and communities, as well as the pedagogical approaches that use those complex practices. And the definition of Chinese language is based on the close connection with language and bilingualism and multilingualism. So you can see here we have the scholar Kanagara Raja that defines language as the ability of multilingual speakers to shuttle between languages, treating the diverse languages that form their repertoire as an integrated system. Likewise, Lewis et al. 2012, they see language as the use of two languages in a dynamic, functionally integrated manner to organize and mediate mental processing in understanding, speaking, literacy, and not less learning. Chinese language concerns effective communication. So effective communication, function rather than form, cognitive activity, as well as Chinese language production. And within the perspective of language teaching, Yaxian Kano 2014 view Chinese language as a process by which students and teachers engage in complex discursive practices that include all the language practices of all students in a class in order to develop new language practices and sustain old ones, communicate appropriate language, and give voice to new social political realities by interrogating linguistic equality. Yet this definition underscores the language practice of bilingual and multilingual speakers at the norm. Unlike the view in bilingualism as two rigid solitary approach, L1 is strictly separated from the emergent or bilingual education. L2 is used as a means of instruction. Chinese language allows learners to make use of their mother tongue as a tool to optimize their target language and maximize their communicative purposes. And Yaxian Wei, 2014, they point out that Chinese language goes beyond having to acquire and learn new language structures or structures of the named languages. And Chinese language has some features, has some tenets. So we can see here, the first one, a language ideology. It views bilingualism as the norm. And theory of bilingualism, it's based on bilinguals' lived experiences and pedagogical stance, and where teachers and students can use all their linguistic and semiotic resources to teach and to learn both target language and content, and a set of practices. They are not restricted to code switching. Rather, it includes all practices relying on the bilingual speakers' linguistics and semiotic repertoires. For example, reading in one language and discuss that kind of reading in another language. And transformational, Chinese language creates language practices through a constant process of meaning making. And what about the Chinese language at theory? So we see that Chinese language at theory is an emergent concept indicating a radical shift from the monolingual to variations in the emergent and bilingual education, and it affords a holistic, dynamic view of bilingualism. And under the Chinese language theory, bilingual and multilingual speakers as creative and critical language users, and are described to use the language features for communicative purposes flexibly and fluidly. Chinese language views bilingual and multilingual speakers, including speaker use of complex discursive practices to perform identity and creativity and creativity as a normative practice. Bilingual and multilingual speakers, and it disregards the monolingual practice. And you can see that Chinese language empowers speakers from language minoritized communities to protect their language rights as well as to affirm their complex discursive practices. Accordingly, Chinese language theory seeks to dismantle named language categories and counters ideologies that position particular languages as superior to others, and the language practices of monolinguals as superior to those who are said to speak with linguistic resources that go beyond the strict boundaries of named languages. And it calls for reforms of language teaching in general and ELT in specific. And with respect to Chinese language as pedagogy, Chinese language as pedagogy refers to the ways in which bilingual learners and teachers get engaged in complex and fluid discursive practices to make meaning of teaching and learning, to communicate with appropriate subject knowledge and develop academic practices. And there are two ways, two types of Chinese language: teacher-directed Chinese language and learner-directed Chinese language. So I talk about the teacher-directed language. So this one refers to a pedagogical Chinese language that uses planned and structured teaching strategies to build on multilingual learners' diverse linguistic practices flexibly. And this approach can facilitate learners to understand complex academic texts and content in the Thai language learning and develop new linguistic practices. And it has some core characteristics. The first one, it stands the belief that learners' diverse linguistic practices are valuable resources for teachers to rely on and use in the classroom. The design of strategic plans that are suitable for learners' linguistic resources to achieve various academic tasks, and that are informed by learners' diverse language practices and ways of knowing, and the creation of opportunities for learners to practice the language features that are necessary for various academic tasks. And the next one, it shapes the ability to make flexible changes based on learners and feedback. And how to accomplish the teaching goals? So we have some suggestions here. The first one, to differentiate and adapt instruction to meet the needs of diverse students in the bilingual and multilingual classroom. For example, through translation. And the next one, to build background knowledge in order to help students to make meaning of the lesson content. For example, we can see that through collaborative dialogue, collaborative grouping, reading multilingual texts. And the next one, to deepen understanding, extend new knowledge, and develop critical thinking and social political engagement. For example, through multilingual writing and inner speech. And the next one, to enable cross-linguistic transfer and meta-linguistic awareness to help students to fulfill their communicative needs. For example, we have by word with words, sentence structures, multilingual vocabulary inquiry. The next one it is to build across linguistic flexibility in order to help students to use language practices competently. For example, through alternating languages and media and gentle languaging in writing and speaking, and to engage students through identity, investment, and personality. For example, through multilingual writing. And the next one, maybe the last but not least, to interrogate linguistic inequality and disrupt existing linguistic hierarchies and social structures. For example, through project learning, thematic units, and research. And what about the learner-directed gentle languaging? It takes place when learners self-regulate their learning by using linguistic practices and meaning-making resources that are not explicitly included in the classroom or lesson. And within the classroom, learners use learner-directed gentle languaging for meta functions, such as negotiating, understanding among each other, co-constructing meaning of what others are saying, making meaning within themselves, including or excluding others, and exhibiting knowledge. And we have some strategies for monolingual and bilingual education. Yes, the first one, it is the teacher should pay attention to meaning making by teacher-directed gentle languaging and learner-directed gentle languaging, to help students to understand the lesson and allow them to translate within the lesson. And the teacher should use and design classroom resources for gentle languaging based on the availability and production of multilingual and multimodal text. For example, we have textbooks, referencing resources, and we have the technology. We see that we are in the era of 4.0, and then the technology is very abundant. For example, we have computers, iPads, and multilingual and multimodal classroom landscapes. We have, for example, listening and visual centers and text technologically enhanced media, multilingual ones. And the next one, the teacher should design the curriculum and classroom structures for gentle languaging based on peer grouping in terms of home languaging, in order to enable collaborative dialogue and cooperative tasks using gentle languaging, and project and task-based learning, to build on multimedia and kinetics. And we can have the research task. Students can gentle language as they find new information and curriculum thematic units, to integrate ways of languaging and producing knowledge. And language inquiry tasks, for example, cross-linguistic comparisons that include cognitive identification and to build gentle languaging capacities and extend meta-linguistic awareness. And the next section I'm going to talk is the gentle languaging practice in English language education. It denotes that gentle languaging, although it is a paradigm shift in NCOLLT, has attracted the attention of a great number of researchers in different education settings. You see that we have studies on gentle languaging has been conducted in native English, in ESL and EFL contexts. And there are a lot of and many promising and positive results which have been showed. And in this context, I would like to highlight some significant examples that have been conducted in recent years. The first one we see here, in terms of the inner circle, or is like the non-providing, we had Doctrine 2021, he did a study, Chinese language practices of Mongolian background English as a second language, immigrant women in Australia, and he found that Chinese language practices could facilitate participants' English language learning. And at the same time, Soviet knows 2021 did a study on the use of Chinese language in scaffolding oral interactions of bilingual students of English and Spanish who took part in synchronous video-based computer-mediated communication and part of a tandem virtual exchange in Spain and Canada. And the results were that participants employed Chinese language for meaning negotiation. And what about in the outer circle, in Malaysia? So Rajendram 2019, did a study the Chinese language used at trilingual elementary school students from 2 classes. And the results were that learners employed different Chinese language functions, such as cognitive, conceptual, planning, organizational, effective, social, and linguistic discursive functions in their learning. And we have another one is that we have this one not the one in the expanded this one a little bit mistake here. In the expanded circle we have Fan Liu, the enjoiner, study on the teachers and students use of and attitudes towards Chinese language in a higher education context. The results were that students had both neutral and positive attitudes towards Chinese language practices, but teachers had mixed attitudes towards the Chinese language practices. So a little bit, to see that for the students, some they were a little bit neutral. It means that they didn't have any attitudes, clear attitude towards the Chinese language, and the teachers also, the mixed attitudes. And we have in Vietnam, you can see here, it is in expanding circle. So you see here, the studies about the usefulness of Chinese language in English class, and he found that the Chinese language in English class could motivate students in learning English, so they could participate actively and confidently in learning activities. And what about in Indonesia, in the conference context? So we have the researchers, New et al. 2020, studied effectiveness of Chinese language strategy, English reading comprehension to secondary students, and they found that the Chinese language strategies played a critical role in improving students' reading comprehension. And so we see that a large body of previous studies on different aspects of Chinese language, ranging from theory to practice, has been found. Chinese language has been exclusively researched in the ambience of English as a means of instruction, EMI, ESL, EFL, and EIL, bilingual and multilingual education and virtual classes, where various researchers, such as young learners, to graduate students, teachers, and other stakeholders. For example, we can see that the administrators, parents, from elementary level to tertiary level, they have been involved in different research. Besides, we have the research designs that they were very diverse. We have experiment, narrative inquiry, survey, comparative study, longitudinal study, and a lot, and the others had to be employed to scrutinize the Chinese language practices, attitude reflection, and so on. So the newly shifted paradigm Chinese language has spurred an extensive and ongoing research that unfolds positive cognitive gains in various education settings. And this part, I'm talking about the pedagogical implications. And you will say that the Chinese language model proposes a framework that transcends the traditional bilingual or multilingual classroom, and Chinese language can be an alternative background in the multilingual education. And it could provide a new pathway for both teachers and the students to the teaching and learning process in the 21st century. And some and some implications can be suggested. We see that firstly, Chinese language is a neutral practice that can take place in bilingual and multilingual classroom contexts, but it should be treated as a continuous process, which can be further developed through teachable Chinese language strategies. Therefore, the teachers can change their traditional classroom practices to Chinese language in order to help the learners to use their language repertoires for meaning making of new knowledge and language practices. Yes. So additionally, Chinese language is Chinese language as a transformative pedagogy can work well with the social cultural theory of learning, and when it is conducted in a planned, developmental, and strategic manner to maximize a student's linguistic and cognitive capacity, and to reflect that language is social cultural both in content and process. For example, a teacher can introduce 2 or 3 keywords and their definition at the beginning of the lesson and ask the student now translate the definition into their own languages. A teacher can have students listen to a song in Spanish about a topic of the day, and then she can have them answer a series of questions about the song in English. Secondly, Chinese language does not require teachers to be fully bilingual or multilingual teachers. However, monolingual and multilingual teachers are required to get engaged in classroom activities and facilitate the guiding learners' learning process as scaffolders and scaffolding students' knowledge, and as critical reflection enhancers, engaging learners in reflection on their learning process. What about the learners? Now they need to act as empowered explorers independently and collaboratively, exploring knowledge, and meaning makers and responsible knowledge, constructing knowledge. To address different roles of teachers and learners in Chinese language in the dynamic and participatory co-learning, the collaborative language Chinese language pedagogy approach is proposed. This collaborative language Chinese language pedagogy approach is a two-way, dynamic, and participatory process that is both teacher and learners directed. And the next implication is that Chinese language is an emergent practice, so it's not always sanctioned in English language education. Because the only English policy is conspicuous and in practice across different contexts. Gender language in practice in various contexts is still a little bit strange, and some questions and some issues are raised. So where does one learn to do gender languaging? And how does one learn to practice gender languaging? And is it enough to provide gender languaging spaces in schools and communities where children develop this expertise on their own? Do schools need to do more than just knowledge and leverage gender languaging practices to develop standard language practices for academic contexts? And can those academic contexts also accommodate gender languaging for its own sake? To address such issues, educators and practitioners, we have to should be aware of some issues like this. They need to be aware of the gender languaging theory as theory and pedagogy. The policy on gender languaging should be legitimized and disseminated to different stakeholders, for example, administrators, educators, learners, and parents. Besides, teachers and learners should be encouraged to design their own language learning practices that transcend the script, incorporating different pluralities and the everyday languaging. And the last but not least implication, it is evident that ELT pre-service and service teachers often mention that they are not encouraged to conduct multilingual practice in class. That is a very, we can see that this phenomenon everywhere. And many English language teachers develop languaging approaches in classroom over the course of their teaching careers. It means that after some time in their career, and then they are aware of the gender languaging approach, and therefore it is recommended that pre-service and in-service teaching training programs should permeate the gender languaging theory and pedagogy and underscore the nature of gender languaging practice in bilingual and multilingual classes, so that the pre-service and in-service teachers' attitudes toward gender languaging practices in English language classroom settings can be enhanced. To sum up, gender languaging as an emerging trend in ELT has attracted a lot of research on different aspects of gender languaging in ELT classroom context, and it has been challenging the all English only language policy and within the ASEAN context in which the discrete educational settings are of bilingual and multilingualism, and English is considered as an official language for communication. To such a context, gender languaging can be a vibrant approach to get bilingual and multilingual learners engaged in their learning and bridge the gap in learners' language and contents. And evidence has shown that the nuanced effectiveness of gender languaging in diverse ELT language settings. And therefore, it has provoked a radical shift to the gender languaging approach in English language education to confront de facto multilingual landscape in tandem with language rise in language learning and use. That brings me to the end. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wes, boy. Cuk.
Yes.
Hello? Hello, can you see the slide? Can you see my sharing? Yeah, just finished my presentation. Yes, I would like to hear from you. Maybe you can add just some more ideas, or you can share some of your understanding towards the changing language. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tran. Forgive us for the technical problem. There is a bit problem in here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give big cheer for the insightful and interesting presentation of Dr. Tran. Okay, let us now come to the Q&A session. There is the question in the chat box from Brian. Brian is from the students from Adibuana University. Excuse me. Okay, here is the questions. In this pandemic era, the students are studying from their home. How to develop students' speaking skill in this era, as we know that speaking skill needs high drill to speak fluently. So what do you think of this, Dr. Tran?
Yeah, sorry, it seemed that I didn't turn on the mic. So do you hear me well, everyone? Okay, good. So in terms of developing student speaking skill, in this area, you see that we are not in the real class, we are in virtual class. So the first one is that it depends on the students' motivation. If they have a high level motivation of improving their language skills, they will try their best to find different sources for themselves to develop their language skills. And then for the teachers, we need to help the students. We can provide the students with different resources which are online. For example, from YouTube, from internet. We see that the Internet of Things. We have hundreds, we have millions of resources for the students to develop. And sometimes we can encourage the students, if we have the Zoom, we can have different groups for them to interact. By interacting with each other, they can improve their speaking skills. And basically, I would like to underscore that it depends much on the students' attitudes and motivation. If they are highly motivated in improving their speaking skills, they will find different ways to improve their own language skills. If they are not really motivated, so the teacher can't do anything with that. Yeah, I hope that this can answer your question. Thank you.
Does it answer your questions, Mas Brian? Brian? Okay, well, I think it's answering your questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Tran. I would like to welcome another questions from the audience. Okay, Ibu Asna Faizin, are you there? Ibu Asna? Ibu Asna Faizin, would you like to address questions to Dr. Tran? Ibu Asna? Mr. Fajar Susanto, do you have any questions for Dr. Tran? Mr. Fajar Susanto?
I couldn't speak. Okay, thank you.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for the times. Good to see you, Mr. Tao. Okay, Mr. Tao. Maybe this is I'm interested to talk about the translanguaging, because some students likes to make a research about that. But the problem is there is a breach, a gap that we have to find the bridge for that. As in Indonesian context, for example, you know that English as international language, and then in Indonesia, there are many languages beside the official language that is Indonesia, and many other regional languages that may be used at the school. And in relation to YLT education, or LT here, related to how to teach English for that, for the students to use a translanguage approach. What is a bridge? What is the best bridge for this gap? That's my question for Mr. Tao. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Dr. Tran. It seems that you are muted. Can you please unmute your speaker? Dr. Tran? Okay, unmute.
Okay, yeah, I have some technical problems with the mic, with the mic button. Yeah, that's what I try. I try different times to unmute it. All right, thank you very much for your question. Yeah, which is quite interesting. You see that, yeah, it's quite similar to the context of Vietnam. We have different regional languages, yeah, in the country, within the country. So when the students come to the class, yeah, they may use different languages, yeah, in their classroom. Yeah, that's a multilingual classroom. And yeah, how is it possible for the teachers, yeah, to help the students to use the Chinese language in terms of English language teaching, because we know that we have to use the English in order to help the students to get exposed as much as possible in the language teaching. But somehow, for the basic language class, we say that, for example, we have the elementary level of English class. So sometimes we have to use English most of the time to help the students to get exposed to the Thai language. However, there is something that we need to use the Chinese language in terms of explaining things to the students. If we just keep talking and using a lot of the Thai language, and somehow the student they do not get the in-depth meaning of the things that we are explaining to them. For example, when we teach grammar to them, sometimes we have to use the Chinese language to use the students' mother tongue so that they can understand it in a clearer way. And for advanced students, for example, we have English major students that sometimes for some concepts which are quite difficult for them, or which are quite really beyond their connection. And that's what we need. We need to help the students. We need to create room for them to use their mother tongue to change, to explain things, to discuss with each other in the mother tongue, in the mother tongue, in order to have to understand the subject matter. So currently, we say that it's not very easy to have the Chinese language in practices in the current context, because most of the teachers and most of administrators they encourage English teachers or teachers of English to use the English language most of the time in the English language teaching class, because it is believed that the more the students are exposed to the Thai language, the better they can use English. But somehow, we have to use the students' mother tongue in some cases for the enriched or in-depth understanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chow. Does it answering your question, Mr. Fajar? Mr. Fajar? Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think we still have time to have one more question. Perhaps the audience, if you have questions for Dr. Chow and perhaps for Dr. Kulaya Pongpan as well. Well, I have seen in the chat box the questions. This question is addressed to Dr. Pongpan. Hello, Dr. Pongpan, are you still there? Oh, okay. Yeah. Perhaps questions for Dr. Chow? All right. It seems that there isn't any more questions from the audience. Well, we have noticed how important is the translanguaging in the learning purpose and for the communication to help sharpen the multilingual speakers to shuttle between the languages. Okay, finally, we come to the end of the session. I would like to give my big gratitude to both of the marvelous invited speakers, Dr. Kulaya Pongpan and Dr. Chow Pok Tran. Thank you very much for your marvelous and interesting presentation, and to the audience for your active participation. Hopefully the presentation will be beneficial for everyone. Thank you very much for your attentiveness. Good morning and have a blessed day. I would like to hand the floor to the MC of today's session, Ibu Vera.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Ria, for moderating this wonderful plenary sessions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before continuing our next agenda, let us have a little break by enjoying the song performance by the English Language Education Department students. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy.
Catching teardrops in my head, only silent as a empty, like we ever had a change. Do you have to makes me feel like there's nothing left for me? You can take everything I have. You can break everything I am, like I'm made of glass, like I'm made of paper. Go on and try to tear me down. I will be rising from the ground, like a skyscraper. Like a skyscraper, you can take everything I am. You can break everything I am, like I'm made of glass, like I'm made of paper. Go on and try to tear me down. I will be rising from the ground, like a skyscraper, like a skyscraper, like a skyscraper, like a small boat on the ocean, sending big wave into motion, like how a single word can make a heart open. I may only have one match, but I can make an explosion. I know the things I didn't say, wrecking ball inside my brain. I will see it the left night. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on, stand right now, I'll be strong. I play my fight song, and I don't care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fire left in me. This is my fight song, take back my life song, prove I'm alright song. My power's turned on, standing right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song, and I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got
Thank you very much for the wonderful song performance. Let's give a big applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the parallel sessions. For your information, to do the parallel sessions, we have provided several breakout rooms. For the presenters, would you please check your breakout rooms that provide in program books that have been sent to your email. For parallel sessions, we have approximately 60 minutes. And after the parallel sessions, we would like you to return the main rooms to have the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Brother Brian? Brother Brian, can you hear me? Ryan, would you please sign out and then sign in again? Yeah, sign out and then sign in again.
Kita tahu sekali ya, ingin guys sekali ya. Mau matu dewe tak kira ini dewe loh.
Hey, it is you and me.
and break everything I am, like I'm made of glass, like I'm made of paper. No one tried to tear me down. I have been rising from the ground like a skyscraper, like a skyscraper, like a skyscraper, like a small boat on the ocean, sending big wave into motion, like how a single word can make a heart open. I may only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all the things I didn't say, wrecking balls at my brains. I will see it and laugh tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned out, and right now I'll be strong. I play my fight song, and I don't care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fire left in me. This is my fight song, take back my life song, prove I'm alright song. My power's turned out, standing right now I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song, and I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fire left in me. Used to put my dad and hold my friend, scared to rock the boat and make a mess, so I said quietly, agreed politely. I guess that I forgot I had a chance.
Kemudian ketiga jalurnya
Gawe opo? Gawe opo?
You held me down, but I got up. All you do was hold the doors. Hear my voice, keep that sound. Love
Baby,
I'm gonna
ini bisa di
hold me down, but I got up. Get ready 'cause I had enough. I see it all, see it now. I got the eye of the tiger, a fighter, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me louder, louder than a lion. 'Cause I am a champion, like a skyscraper, like a skyscraper, oh, oh, like a skyscraper, like a small boat on the ocean, sending big wave into motion, like how a single word can make a heart open. I may only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all the things I didn't say, wrecking ball inside my brains. I was here the last night. Can you hear my voice this time? This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. My power's turned out, stand right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song, and I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fire left in me. This is my fight song, take back my life song, prove I'm alright song. My power's turning out, standing right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song, and I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fire left in me. Used to put my gut and hold my breath, scared to rock the boat and make a race, so I said quietly, agreed politely. I guess that I forgot I had a choice, only to push me past the freaking coin. I stood for nothing, so I fell for everything. You held me down, but I got up. All I needed was a hug the door, so hear my voice, so hear that sound. Like them, I'm gonna shake the ground. You held me down, but I got up. Get ready, 'cause I had enough. I see it all, see it now. I got the eye of the tiger, a fighter, dancing through the fire, 'cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me louder, louder than a lion, 'cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear Everything you show me something I don't wanna hold back. Maybe you should
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to our main sessions for closing ceremony. Here we would like cordially invite the head of the English Language Education Department to deliver his closing speech and officially close the conference. Please welcome Bapak Fajar Susanto, SSMPG.
Thank you very much, Bu Vera. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we come to the end of this semester, this seminar. We are so happy because this seminar can go smoothly, and I believe that during this seminar, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion. And from this seminar, with the theme course, this is disciplinaries in the current English educational research, a paradigm shift. Yeah, we have learned a lot from the amazing keynote speakers. Dr. Kulaya Pongpan from Major University, Thailand, and Dr. Tao Kok Tran from Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology, Vietnam. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you very much for being the keynote speakers and delivering such important materials. Furthermore, I would like to thank all presenters and participants from Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Thailand who have joined this conference. I believe that every presenter has presented the application of the educational research. I sincerely hope that through your presentation and discussion afterward, all of us can contribute to solve the educational problems in our own countries. Even though the contribution may be small, but it is still valuable. In addition, I would like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this seminar. Finally, I would like to thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and ensuring that this seminar proceeded smoothly. That's all. Thank you very much for participating for this seminar, and see you again on the next NCOLLT. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kita dokumentasikan semuanya.
Thank you, Pak Fajar, for the closing speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we end our conference, would you please open your camera that we are going to have the photo sessions together. So once again, for all presenters and participants, please open your camera. And give your best smile. Okay, once again. Okay, one more. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this event about to come to very end. We are a representative of committee would give a sincere thanks for your joining our conference. We hope that you found the conference informative and worthwhile. Your presence has helped to make this event a great success, and your enthusiasm and positive spirit help make our time together both productive and fun. We wish you all the best and hope that you continue to be engaged with our next conference. We hope the future conference and event will be more and more success. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dear presenters and participants, would you fill the attendance list in the chat box? Link has been provided in the chat box. Again, for the presenters and also participants, would you kindly fill the attendance list with the link given in the chat box? Thank you. And then the certificate of the participation will be given within 2 weeks from now. Again, the certificate of the participation will be given or will be sent to your email within 2 weeks from now. Thank you.